Testin, testin. Good morning, everyone. All right, so, Gwe, Nin Daluzi, Melissa Marie Gugudidam. Hello, my name is Melissa Marie Gugudidam. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a wife, I'm a mother of 8, and a member of the LGBTQ community. I will be your MC for today. I want to acknowledge that we gather here today on unceded territory of our Mi'kmaq ancestors. We will start with an opening prayer from Donna Augustine.
In our tradition, we offer tobacco to our elder or guest speakers who share their knowledge and their tradition, teaching. Donna, this is an offering for you.
Aho, Ningatgo Sisi Mikjijebi Teluisi. My spirit name is Thunderbird Turtle Woman. I'm from here. I just live down the street. And I just want to tell you that, first of all, when I was coming up here, Marina had tobacco for me, and that's protocol. When the tobacco is offered, it's not offered to the person per se. It's not just offered to Donna. It's also offered to the spirits of our ancestors. And so when she was standing there, one fell out of her hand, and she didn't even realize. I told her, Marina, do you have another one? And she said, yes, she went to get another one. So I have 2 here. But it was a reminder for me because this morning when I was leaving, I knew what I was going to say in my prayer. I'd like to ask everyone to stand with me. This first tobacco is, I'd like to ask for a moment of silence because as we speak, there's a service for our community member here in Elsipogtog. And so I would like to offer this tobacco for her, for Lacey, and all of her loved ones, her family, because when something happens in our community, it affects each and every one of us. Oh. So now I'm going to hold the other tobacco, and I'll do the prayer. First of all, before the prayer, I want to say how extremely proud I am of this school and how far the staff, the teachers have taken our children. When we were growing up, when I was their age, when I was your age, we could not celebrate our culture. It was taken away from us through assimilation, residential schools, and so forth. So to be able to stand here, just down the street from where I grew up, down the street where I live, and that our culture is seriously being honored on this day, Aboriginal Day, the equinox, it's a very powerful day, and also it's World Peace and Prayer Day. It was started by chief, not as in political chief, but spiritual chief, Arvel Looking Horse from Greengrass, South Dakota. He's the 19th generation keeper of the original sacred pipe that was brought by a spirit woman 19 full generations ago, Buffalo Calf Woman. And all the pipes that we carry throughout Turtle Island, North America, represent that original pipe. So I give thanks for that because today, Arvel just texted me earlier. He's at a sacred fire. He said, we did morning songs, we're standing by the fire, and we're gonna have breakfast and the day begins. Every year he goes throughout the world. And I've been with him before at World and Peace and Prayer Day. And so he had a vision and he brought it to Canada. He had a vision today of a day all throughout the world that people come together to honor World Peace and Prayer Day. But apparently Canada was not, they told him, the government, whoever, leaders that be, said that Canada wasn't ready for that, so they settled for World Peace and Prayer Day. It's not really settling, but it's a day to honor who we are. It's a day to celebrate our culture, our identity. You know, the Creator placed us here in North America. And now we share this beautiful land with our neighbors that have arrived. Here in New Brunswick, we are covered by the peace and friendship treaties. So I'm so proud of the teachers, the principal, the vice principal, and all the teachers, all the organizers, all the people that made this building. Like, it is such a beautiful building. Our children, you know, deserve this school, and so I'm going to offer that prayer, pray for a good day. I can't stay for the whole day. I'm committed to do a closing prayer in Fredericton in front of the legislative building. And so I said, no, I have to do the opening prayer in my community. I will do the closing there. So right after this turtle has to drive pretty fast and head to Fredericton. It's okay, I'll go through the speed bumps in Salmon River Road. But really, seriously, it's a day of celebration. You know, our people deserve this. We have so much to offer. I want to just share one thing before the prayer. I want to share a teaching with you that was shared with me by the late Charlie Labrador. He was in Wildcat Reserve next to Ketchimakujik National Park in Nova Scotia. And that was Jean Labrador's father-in-law. That's Todd Labrador's father. He was a very good spiritual friend of mine. And he would say, 500 years ago, our ancestors were standing at the shorelines with our hands extended in friendship. Here we are, over 500 years later, we're still standing here with our hands extended in friendship. So thank you. And that's a great thing. Yay to Charlie. He's with us in spirit. We believe that the spirits of our ancestors watch over us. So we're going to offer this prayer, first of all, to the Creator, to give thanks for this day, to give thanks for everything that the Creator has provided us. And then I'm going to offer that prayer to the spirits of the east direction where the sun first rises. And we are part of the people of the dawn, the Wabanaki. It's the direction of the children and the yet unborn. Then I will offer that prayer to the south direction, where the direction of the women, where the women are honored. And we give thanks for the spirit woman that brought the original sacred pipe to the people. Then I will offer that prayer to the west direction, the direction where our spirits go when we leave this world, where the sun goes down. And we give thanks to the spirits of our ancestors for watching over us. We carry them in our bloodline. We carry them in our DNA. And sometimes when we know things without anybody telling us, that's them guiding us. And I give them thanks. Then we offer that prayer to the north direction, and represented by the white bear. We always remember our elders, and we think about the men as well. We honor the men, and we give thanks for the healing that's brought to our people and all people. Then I offer that prayer to the earth that we call our mother, because Mother Earth sustains us, gives us everything that we need. Water, which is so sacred to life. Without water, we would not live. Then those trees that we need for oxygen, the plant life, the animal life that gives up their lives for us to live. Everything that lives, the fish, everything. Hagisok, nigato was imik tijebi teluisi. La scala de mawe, walali kiskuk tandel mawaliek. Walali uchla tignago, mi watamek. Edu watamek kiskuk tepi artem satkoi. Mawi dajik majunu, mi watamek kisok. Aho. Auchabanuk, chami shandleo to nadel. Achijamish kipu dantle nadel, la scala de mawe. Walali go chinen janna. Walali go chimen me washkudajik nasit amoftiek. Walali chijamish kipu dandel yankwewiek. Ho. Hab kades nok chamish shandleo to nadel, achijamish ebit dantle nadel. Walali go chidebichik. Walali go chamkaswe dema and damagisultup, chamish ebit. Laliek. Had kas nok sa wat kemiskish na nacht was sit amo. Nadel dan nagos lo wa asiet. Am kwese walaliek ta wada beksultiek. Walaliek nego da del yankwewiek. Kleamonemon wa kedu nego yankwewiek. Aho. Ha, o ad nok chamish shandleo to nadel. Nadel dan wa vek muin dan lewid. Migdel kutchik isugumach no gat migdel kutchik chinamuk. Wa vek muin walaliek pisun dan del jugade tilnina kamlom net dan chinudol diek. Dan jugidnima diek. Aho. Hagish nima amiko. la scala de maui. Wala li kishna ma amigo. Uchim so agin we go chimi majuan. Sangwan, tandoji gekmek. Gundal, minishko, wiisisk. Gumush, panafsat ko dami majigla sit amo. Wala liek tandeli gumuyak ka amiade pala anek. Atan jigito yasal madiek. Wala liek kishna ma amigo. Mi wadmek. Aho. All my relations know gama, for we are all related. Aho.
Thank you, Donna. I would ask everyone to remain standing as we are now going to hear the Mi'kmaq Honor Song played by our Sistema Orchestra group. Thank you. Wasn't that amazing? Absolutely amazing. We're just going to take a moment of pause while they take the chairs away, and then we'll bring up our guest speakers. I'd like to ask Ivan Fulham, RVA, the architect. You guys can come up. Matthew Sweezy as well. Also, Everett, if you're in the crowd, can you come up, please? Is there a representative ISK in the building? You come to the stage too? All right, so thank you everyone again for coming to our grand opening. We had an amazing opening prayer from Donna Augustine, amazing performance from our orchestra group, and now we're going to hear from our Director of Education, Ivan Augustine.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Well, del be da yokiskug. Was go with that Mijuaji settle ginama achi, dan little ginama ultijig. Nandojigulo kai, da elbemado is la, was go with ajig, ola gujumukta, little ginamo jigulani book there as a get it. Thank you. My name is Ivan Augustine, Director of Education. I didn't write a speech, but I did try, and it didn't, there was a lot of paper I crumbled up and I threw in the garbage can and couldn't do it. So I think speaking from the heart is the way to approach a gathering like this today. As our principal Melissa was saying, the amazing performance from our young kids with the honor song done in the orchestra, and the amount of work that the program itself has made a difference with the young kids. There's talent. There's always talent, and we here at Elsipogtog we strive to tap into the talent that's there, and it's something that in the past we may not have done, but now we are really working on tapping on the talents that are there with all the kids that we serve. So today we're gathered for the grand opening of this beautiful facility. It was a lot of work done in collaboration with the people that are behind me here, with the representatives from ISC, or Indigenous Services Canada, the R.V. Anderson, the architectural people, and Fulham, the construction people. So it was a long process when we first started out with the collaboration that we did with the stakeholders of the community. 3-4 years ago, we met at our school. We talked with the administrators. We talked with the fire department, social, teachers, administration, and came up with an idea or design of our school. And of course, a lot of the work done by Mr. Stan Drillen. I don't know if he's pretty shy. He doesn't want to come up here, but he said he will wave, which is back there. Stan, thank you for being here. He's retired now, by the way. We have Ksenia here as well, and they both did a lot of work in the colors and everything that the school you see right now. I believe in times they were button heads in terms of what colors to use and what the design should be. But that was the great work these people did. So I want to acknowledge Stan Drillen with all these years he's been at Elsipogtog, and the contributions and impact he has done for Elsipogtog First Nation. In fact, we gave him an honorary name. We call him Chief Mo'a of the Mo'a First Nation. Chief No, he likes to say no. Anyway, a couple times I've been, I did a presentation in the Miramichi just last week, and one in Ottawa, and they asked about the necktie. And when I first started to be the principal of Elsipogtog School a few years ago, didn't wear a necktie. But during Winter Carnival and the events leading up to the big events on a Friday on that Winter Carnival week, we have these theme days, wear a jersey day, or wear your favorite hockey jersey, and one of those days was wear a necktie day. So I did wear a necktie at the time, and going into Serena Francis's grade 5 social studies class, the kids in that class seen me with a necktie, and they said, wear a necktie for us all the time. So that's what I've been doing since that time. I've been, everywhere I go, I'll say that little story, and I wear a necktie to represent the kids of Elsipogtog School and Elsipogtog First Nation community since that time, and that would have been the early 2000s probably. It's important to know that our school year is 195 days, so the necktie comes off after 195 days, which is next Tuesday. So we have a number of people here that are going to have short speeches to say. As for me, the big thing about our school here right now is the dedicated people that we have in every classroom, the design of our school. I think that'll be explained a little bit as we go along. As you could see out here, there's a beautiful forested areas, and we're utilizing that as per our Mi'kmaq tradition. We'll have outdoor classrooms out there for a lot of our kids to benefit from, to learn from, which is part of our culture and our overall goal of educating our kids. Okay, so I'll believe Melissa is going to take over for the rest of the presentations, and we'll have some of our people here speak about what it took to build a beautiful building like this here. Thank you very much.
am the principal of the school, and it's been an honor to be chosen to do this. So I'm going to read my little speech here. I will try not to get emotional. Okay. So, Gwe Nin Deluizi Melissa. Hello, my name is Melissa. I'm practicing my language. That's one thing I don't have, so I'm practicing as much as I can. First of all, I want to begin by saying thank you, Wilalio, for all coming here today to celebrate this grand opening of our school, especially on National Indigenous Peoples Day. What a great day to have this celebration, right? I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers that came together to make this day possible. So we had Chief Child and Family, the Prevention, Health, Alcohol, Drug, NAPES, Sports and Recreation, GOBIT, Maui, last but not least, the Elsipogtog Education Authority. So thank you. As most of you know, I have lived here majority of my youth, teen, and adult life. And I'm very proud to be a member of the Elsipogtog community. This has always been home to me. I grew up here with many struggles that some of our students and our communities face still today. 24 years ago, I became a teen mom. And with all those struggles I faced, never did I think I would be standing here today as the principal of this school. Adding to this wonderful experience, I got to spend my first year of my administration in this beautiful, state-of-the-art building. I can definitely see the positive changes that this building has made for our students. With our strong support from our senior admin and from the teachers and all the staff here, we have some on-site and off-site staff members that contribute to this building. I'm also aware of how all of these teachers and staff take pride in the student-centered hands-on approach they provide our kids on a daily basis. I'm so very proud of their commitment, their hard work, and their dedication and love that they have for our children. There are many others that contribute to the functionality of our school. Jeremy Graham and our janitorial staff. Jeremy is our facility manager. Him and his team keep our building looking beautiful. Thank you. Our wonderful kitchen staff, they have worked all year long providing healthy, nutritious breakfasts and lunches, and delivering those to the classroom hasn't always been easy, but they did it. Our spectacular tech team, Jaron and Marcus, they keep all our tech needs up to date, especially for events like these. Not to mention our amazing support, special services and resource team. We have a team of 23 individuals who provide special services to our students. Everything from speech, occupational therapy, physiotherapy, resources, interventions, guidance, behavior. Now, I would like to ask all staff to please stand up. I want everyone to please look at these wonderful people and acknowledge and recognize their dedication and commitment that continuously drive their hard work. Wilalio. I cannot say thank you enough for all the hard work you guys put in each and every day. Last but not least, I would like to take this time to acknowledge and honor my admin team, Danny and Marina. Danny has always been great to provide support to me in my first year, and he's always there, ready for advice when I need it. Thank you. And my trusty sidekick, Marina, our vice principal. I want to say thank you for all your hard work as well. It has been quite a year, and it has been quite a year, especially during this pandemic, but it's been an amazing year. Shortly, everyone will have the opportunity to go on a school tour to check out this wonderful building. You'll have an opportunity to meet the wonderful people that work here, and we have a great day planned for you. We have some vendors on site, so you will be able to take a look at their goods. We have some information booths from all the organizers, so they will have their information booths out front, their pamphlets and things like that, so you'll be able to take a look at that. Jordan Tootoo will be here at 12. We will also have a free lunch for everyone at 12. And then later on this afternoon, around 2:30, we have our mini powwow, which will take place in here. And this evening, for everyone who is interested, we have a youth softball game. You can sign up at the Sports and Rec table if you want to take part in that. So like I said, what a great day to have a celebration. Thank you. Now I would like to ask Marina Simon to come up. Marina Millier.
Thank you, Melissa Walalin. Good morning and welcome. Elsipogtog, Aapchilida. What an exciting and glorious day for all of us here today. My name is Marina Millier, and I am very honored to welcome you as the Vice Principal of Elsipogtog School. Thank you for joining us and sharing this special day with us as we officially open our new school to you as parents, honorable guests, and community members. And of course, our students who had an excellent and successful year as we got through the challenges, the pandemic, etc. But by golly, we did it. And it always also has been my dream to work alongside a great team in administration. And today, I would also love to acknowledge my team. My First Nation lady with great leadership qualities, our principal, Melissa Gugu Didam. Our great advisor, our go-to person, always keeping us in line on how to run a school, Mr. Danny Scully. Our leaders in education, our education authority team. And most of all, our students, where would they be without our Elsipogtog school staff team? Yay! That includes the cooks and janitors and the facility managers and et cetera. I would also like to add that my experience as a vice principal had brought me so much insight as to how we can improve in moving forward. In moving forward, as a team, we can accomplish so much, and we believe as a team, we can achieve as a team. That's not my motto, our motto, because we are a team, and we are sticking to it. We also have a strong background knowledge in revitalizing our culture and language, and we will continue to work on that as long as we are here in Elsipogtog First Nation Community School. Because we are losing our language at a rapid rate, and we had to do something. Like now, like today, not tomorrow. So what we did is this is our first year in bringing back our Mi'kmaq immersion, and it has been very successful. And hearing our 4-year-olds speak Mi'kmaq is music to our ears. And they go home and speak it and teach their parents. So that's so awesome. So we as a team of Elsipogtog School are very happy and excited about our Mi'kmaq immersion program. I'd also like to acknowledge Alaxideo Gitpo School for allowing us, our Mi'kmaq immersion team, to visit their school last month. So Principal Jeff Grass and Principal Immersion Program Jared Francis and their whole team for sharing their amazing culture, language, and an immersion program. We love it, and thank you for having us. So let's give a hand for the team of Alaxideo Gitpo School. I would also like to acknowledge the generous donations from great people, the Assumption Life. The Assumption Life, we're very fortunate to have Brian Francis with them during a virtual conference on September 30. And to thank him for his generosity, they presented him with a $1,000 donation made on his behalf. And well, Brian Francis chose the Elsipogtog Language and Culture Program, and we gladly accepted the $1,000 from the Assumption Life. So let's give a hand. Thank you. Thomas Raffy from Assumption Life is here today, so let's give a hand for that. Thank you. And also to Brian Francis. So to match that $1,000 with his, from his company, Bear Paw Productions, he also donated $1,000. So thank you, Brian Francis. And that donation went to a purchase of a teepee for our beautiful school. It's going to be a big teepee. It's going to be ready for September. So thank you, Walali. Oh, and to recap all I said in Mi'kmaq, Megide de Mek, Dandeli, Olnugina Masultiek, Dandeli Olnui Sultiek. Kilo, Mawabo Amuyek, Maulugudik, Dandesi. So I said, we are proud to be learning about our culture and language, and we are grateful to be able to work with all of you as a team. After all, it takes a whole community to raise a child. Walaliek.
Thank you, Marina. Now I ask Everett Sonnypaz, a representative chief and council, to say a few words.
Good morning, beautiful people. The chief couldn't be here today, so I'm here on behalf of the chief, welcoming everybody, congratulating everybody for all their beautiful work done here today, and for the people that are coming to take time to educate themselves on acknowledging this special day. I thank you very much. I just want to welcome everybody, and I'm very happy that this building is, it's a long time coming. This, along with other facilities, is a dire need for our community right now. And when continued support within the community, more of these events and activities we definitely do need. So again, I want to welcome everybody here. Enjoy this beautiful day, the event, and this beautiful building. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Thank you, Everett. Now I will ask Matthew Sweezy to come up to say a few words. He's a representative of Anglophone School District North.
Well, Iksikbug, ni Deloisi Matthew. So good morning, my name is Matthew Sweezy, as Melissa has stated, and I work for Anglophone North School District as the subject coordinator of First Nation education. And I've been in that role for about 8 years now, and that role is a very important role in our school district, an extremely important role, and it gives me the privilege to be able to go around and meet all of the different communities and their representatives in this area of Mi'kmaqi, from Listugush all the way down to Bucktouche. And it's been a great privilege to be able to develop relationships in this community with Ivan Augustine, the director here, and the administration here with Melissa and Marina. And I just can't say enough of how special today is, but how proud I am of the community and the work that's been done to be able to make this a reality for the community. It's certainly not something that just happens. It doesn't just, happen by osmosis and just appear. There's a lot of hard work that goes into it, and it's just amazing to see the beautiful architecture and the community's input on it to be able to make the design a semicircle as part of the medicine wheel, and to see that Mi'kmaq perspective come out in the building of the structure, and it's just really nice to be here. I toured the school before it was complete, and it was just an amazement. And I was talking to Stan, asking so many questions. How'd you do this? How'd you do that? And he was so eager to tell because he was so proud of the work that went into being able to make this structure. And it's all for the kids. And to see the kids this morning sing, or I guess perform their version of the honor song through the Sistema program was very special. I'm sure Elder George Paul from Metabenagi would be proud and really like that version. They did a wonderful job on it. And it's just great to have this today too on the National Indigenous Peoples Day, Traditional Tuesday. I see lots of people wearing their ribbon skirts, and it's just great to be able to be here today to celebrate this with the community. And I just thank you so much. Walaliok, Emsit Nwagma.
Thank you, Matthew. So now I would like to ask Justin Aubert, a representative of IS, to come up and say a few words.
Hello? Everybody can hear me in the back? I apologize. I work for ISK. I'm not apologizing for working for ISK, but I was not prepared. I had nothing. I didn't know I was going to speak to you today. Usually communications would have arranged somebody to speak. Somehow they didn't. So I'm the project engineer that's been working with the community for, I'd say, about almost 15 years now. And where we are today has been a journey for me. When I first started working with Stan and Ivan, it wasn't to build this. It was basically to fix leaks in the roof of your old school. Stan approached me, and if anybody was in the old school, about 6 years ago or so, the thing leaked like a sieve, and all Stan wanted was no more water coming in the roof. And from there, I've built quite a good relationship with Stan and Ivan and quite a few members of the community. We've patched up the roof and worked on turning the old school into something that was quite more workable than what it was. But to get here today, I couldn't even imagine it happening like 6 years ago when I first started working on the roof. This was a dream of Stan's. He told me first when I met that his dream was to have a new school built here and then he'd be ready to retire. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to help the community out, get Stan out of here. And I've been working with him to get this, and I couldn't be happier for the whole community. This is a jewel, and it's something that the kids can be proud of, and I hope that it's going to help the kids here have a brighter future. I'm Native. I'm from Tobic First Nation, and I don't see too many educated Natives. It's hard to be motivated, especially if you're in a school that's leaking around you, like how to be proud of something that's falling around. But this is going to be something that not only kids can be proud of, but the whole community be proud of. And yeah, that's as much as I can say. I'm a really bad speaker. But I'm so super happy to be here, and I'm super happy that this school is finished. And yeah, you guys can clap now. Thanks.
Thank you, Justin. So now I would like to ask Patrick Fulham from the company who, worked very hard to make this dream come true.
Thank you, Melissa. Hi, I'm Patrick Fulham, one of the partners of Fulham Construction. It's a pleasure to be here today for this event that is also part of the National Indigenous Peoples Day. Before I say a few words, I would like to thank all the teachers, staff, administration, Jeremy, for being very patient to work alongside the construction team last summer to get the school ready for these first students I know there was a lot of work. It's not easy to move in a new building, and we've seen that they've placed a lot of work in here. So congrats. Good job. To echo the opening statement, back in 2019, when my partner David and I first visited the site, when we wanted to apply, submit a submission for this project, we felt welcome the very first day we walked just along the street right there. It struck us how welcome and warm the local community was. Everybody was just waving their hands at us, and it meant a lot for us. We can say the same thing today. When we enter the school, it feels very warm and a lot of life, and we hope that it will continue like that for a long time. A great project starts with a great team. When we partnered with the engineering firm R.V. Anderson and Taylor Architectural Group, Xenia is here to represent them, we knew we had a great team with the same vision to design and build the nicest school in the province that will promote learning for all the kids. And I can tell you that for Fulham as a company, we can say that this is the nicest school we've built, and we're very proud of that. There was a lot of effort placed by all the project design team during the design of this school. Just a few examples of some facts that the main goal was to bring the outdoor lights in as much as possible, and all the learning spaces in the school, except one room, all have direct outside view of the exteriors. This was something to achieve, and the way the design has finished, we can say that it also helped for the wayfinding in the school, and also how the different areas interact with each other. A special thanks to Ivan, Stan in there in the back, Chief and Council, that gave us the opportunity to deliver a successful project. We're very proud to have worked with your team. And we can say that the collaborative role of each of the stakeholders played a major, it was a major factor that we could deliver the school on time for the school opening last year. I would like to point out that the school construction was in the middle of the pandemic. There was many challenges, so the whole team played a very, very great role in achieving the successful project. Also, all the people involved in this project played a very good role. I will not like to forget somebody, but Justin Adebert, which was always there, having an eye on the construction progress. Melanie at Colliers, she's not here at this time, but also played a very significant role. Robert Levi also was there all the time. There was also workers from this local community that helped the project to completion, from the security guards to carpenters. I would also want to highlight two artwork that was part of a contest. We wanted to involve the community with the construction of the school, and there was two contests for art to be displayed in the school. And Candace, Daisy Simon, and Fancy Peter Paul won the contest, and I'm sure you could have appreciated the work on the wall mural in the main lobby, and also upstairs here. So we have very, very nice artists around here. So I would like to thank everybody. It's been an honor to work in this community, and we hope for all the kids to have a great success learning in this nice facility, and congrats.
Thank you, Patrick. Now I would like to ask Ksenia to come up. She was one of the main design architects. So you come up and say a few words.
Hi. So as Melissa mentioned, I'm the design architect from Taylor Architecture Group. I worked with Patrick and R.V. Anderson to help create the design and construct this building. So I just wanted to speak to you just a bit about what the whole design concept was and how things all came together. We focused on three main considerations. So firstly, probably most importantly, was to express and celebrate Mi'kmaq culture. You can see that throughout the building, from just the overall curved shape on the outside to all the imagery on the walls and the floors on the inside. The medicine wheel was a huge inspiration for a lot of the design aspects. You can see it very obviously in the classroom wings on the floor in the center. There's the medicine wheel image there, on the signage, on the colors on the walls, but also just in terms of how we arranged the rooms and the grades throughout the building. We arranged things so that the youngest grades, kindergartens, are on the east end of the school, and then the oldest grades are on the west end of the school, to have this idea of east being youth and west being maturity, older age. We also, kind of related to Mi'kmaq culture, wanted to emphasize connection to the land and nature. As Patrick mentioned, views to the exterior was also really important. We tried to bring that out throughout the entire building, but also we want to reference the outside on the inside. And we have some of the wavy blue patterns on the floor here to try to reference the river, snow. We have these tree-like structures, both inside and outside. And we have some green and blue panels hanging from the ceiling to kind of mimic a bit of a tree canopy. Also on the outside, some of the green and blue patterns you see on the walls around the building, we try to kind of have it more integrated into this beautiful treed setting, so to have it look a little more like a forest. And try to bring as much wood both inside and outside as we could. So you can see here in the lobby, in the classroom wings, the wood on the ceiling, and on the outside, having that wood look on the front of the building. And thirdly, obviously the function, to make sure that this building is serving the students, the staff, and the community well. The classrooms, we designed these to be pods, like little wings, so each of the classroom grade groups are in 4 different areas of the building with a nice shared space in the middle that they can use for different activities. The classrooms, we try to make them as open and flexible as possible, bringing the teacher's work desk out of there so that it can be a large open space they can use however they want. And obviously this gym, stage, and lobby area is really the heart of the building, and we want to make that as flexible as possible to host all kinds of events like this, both for the school and for the community. We know schools are really the heart of the community, and they can be used for so many things for the community itself. So we wanted to make sure that really this building is here not just for the students, but also for the community as a whole. We understand that schools can be a great place for gathering and sharing experiences, and I'm just really glad to be here today and I've been a part of this process and part of the design, and to share this experience today with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Ksenia. Last but not least, I would like to ask a representative of R.V. Anderson to come up, Arthur Austin.
Good morning. It's an honor for me to be here and be part of this special day for you. My name is Arthur Austin. I'm one of the engineers who had the privilege of working on the school and be part of the team for this beautiful project. Every year, the Association of Consulting Engineer Companies of New Brunswick give away a Power of Collaboration Award to the project team that best exemplify the collaboration between owner, architect, engineer, and contractor to produce the engineering achievement that exhibit excellence in their field. Well, this year winner project team was for this school, the Elsipogtog First Nation Community School, for being first of its kind in New Brunswick, blending culture, nature, and learning, paying homage to the culture by incorporating motifs such as the Micmac medicine wheel in the building's layout, shape, and color scheme. They identified that our amazing team created a one-of-a-kind school that is defined by the culture and diverse viewpoint of its local communities. I want to take this opportunity to present the award that was given last April in Fredericton, where RVA and Ivan Augustine was recognized by the Engineering Association. So today I would like to invite on stage the project team's leader, starting with Ivan Augustine, who represents the Elsipogtog First Nation. I would also like to call Patrick Foulem, the area manager for Foulem Construction. I would like now to call Ksenia Ake, manager, associate, and architect for Taylor Architectural Group. And I have another one here it was for Mélanie Cormier, senior manager with Collier, but she's not here today, but I will give it to her personally. Thank you.
And that concludes our grand opening ceremony. I want to thank all our speakers today. It's been a great, this is a great event. It really is, and it's a great moment. So now what's going to happen is you guys have free reign of the building. You get to go and look at everything, have a run up the track. If you're feeling kind of hot, you can go run outside on our new track outside if you want. And yeah, so there'll be people to greet you and take you on little tours, and feel free to ask questions and have fun. Thank you. Okay. I just want to mention, I just
I was like really immersive, like 2 minutes, and you had this really nice personal one. Maybe I should have made it a little bit longer. I was like, yeah, I know, it was like a great idea. I know, he was like last minute. He called me yesterday as I was doing the review. So like, 2 minutes. That was really good.
Hey, Caris, am I going to use the
Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone had an amazing lunch. Are you ready for the main event? I can't hear you. Are you ready for the main event? Excellent. All right, I invite Jake Augustine, the general manager of McGraw, to come up. He will introduce our guest speaker.
Thank you, Melissa. So, good afternoon, everybody, and happy Indigenous Peoples Day. So, for those of you who may not know me, my name is Jake Augustine, and I'll be hosting a part of today's activities. I want to start by congratulating everybody who was involved in making this incredible structure a reality. I had the pleasure of walking through over the last hour, and it's just incredible the reality that has become from these concepts that started. So I really understand that sometimes those who were involved in these kinds of projects might feel like it's a thankless job, but I just want to really underline that these are important conversations and these are important projects that are had, and investing in the future by investing in education is the right way to go. So congratulations, Elsipogtog. So just to give you guys an idea of how today's going to go, we'll have, of course, our special guest say a few words. After that, we're going to go to a Q&A from the community, so people will be invited to come up to the microphones that we have in the alleyways here and ask questions to Mr. Tootoo. And after that, I'm going to go into a little bit of a more detailed informal conversation, a fireside chat with Mr. Tootoo, just to kind of see what kind of topics we can get more information from him on. After that, I just want to make sure that everyone understands that there will be autograph signing afterwards. And so we'll probably follow up with some more instructions, but it is going to be in the white wing. So at the end of the white wing is where we'll have Mr. Tootoo signing autographs afterwards. And so I've been asked also just to kind of give a heads up to everyone that the topics that Jordan Tootoo is going to be addressing today, in some cases, they're really passionate. He's really passionate about his topics, and that, of course, these things, considering the trauma that we have gone through as Indigenous people, could trigger some really intense feelings. And so he's asked me to just prepare you guys for that. And if there's anyone who has, overwhelming feelings, it's perfectly normal. We just want to make sure that everyone's aware that, we have the support here, and please feel free to talk to anyone of the staff if anyone's looking for support. So it's my pleasure to be here with you today to introduce our special guest. Jordan Tootoo played for the Brandon Wheat Kings in the Western Hockey League from 1999 to 2003. Before being chosen by the Nashville Predators in the 2001 NHL entry draft. He went on to play with the Detroit Red Wings, New Jersey Devils, and Chicago Blackhawks, banking 161 points, including 65 goals in 723 career games. Of Inuit and Ukrainian descent, Tootoo is not just the first Inuk player, but also the first one raised in Nunavut to play in the NHL. As an Indigenous athletic leader, Tootoo has long understood his responsibility as a role model, speaking openly about the need for mental health resources and fighting the taboos around discussing mental illnesses. He's committed to reaching Canada's Indigenous communities through his work with the Team Tootoo Foundation, founded in honor of his late brother Terrence. He was awarded a Meritorious Service Medal for his work in Nunavut promoting healthy living and encouraging conversations about difficult topics like addiction and suicide. Best-selling author of the memoir All the Way, My Life on Ice, great book by the way, Tootoo brings an uplifting message to his audiences, creating a culture of inspired inclusivity with authentic hockey and community stories. It is my pleasure to welcome Jordan Tootoo to Elsipogtog. Walaliak, thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. How's everyone doing? Good. It's been a long time coming. Always great to get out east here and see your neck of the woods. Beautiful country. It's my honor to be here today to share some of my life experiences. You know, growing up in Rankin Inlet, Nunavut, which is a very isolated community, we've gone through a lot of similarities throughout our lives. So some of the life experiences that I'm going to share with you may trigger some sensitivity in many of you, and that's okay. But the story must be told. We all fight a fight no one knows about, and until we are comfortable and content in our own skin, we'll be able to open up and be honest and allow those conversations to organically happen in our homes. Before I start, I'd like to pause and ask each and every one of you to look around the room. I can tell you this, one of those people are example of what I'm going to share with you today. And as we close, please remember that everyone fights a fight no one knows about. Be kind to one another, because the person you are talking to is fighting a fight you know nothing about. Throughout my life, every Indigenous person that I've met has been affected by suicide. That's why I'm here. The cycle must stop. I'm going to do my part in sharing some of my stories. I'm asking you to do your part, whatever that may be. What I'm going to share today may hurt. It's not my intent to offend, but like I said, the story must be told. Please know my goal is to encourage us to look in the mirror, to understand what we can do differently to stop this cycle. I want you to reflect on a loved one who have you lost to suicide. Brother, sister, teammate, auntie, uncle. Picture her, picture him in your mind. I'm picturing my brother Terrence, the warrior. I'm imagining what life would be like today if we had the tools to cope. This painful reality that we all share does not need to exist. It can stop with us. I want to paint a picture of my brother Terrence, the warrior. He needed to be a parent for our parents. We didn't show emotion. We held everything inside. Our support network was each other. We knew we needed to escape the life that we lived in Rankin Inlet, Nunavut. Terrence had to financially support our parents. He was the team captain, and at the same time, he worked a part-time job. As team captain, there were huge expectations on him to be a leader. Every morning, my brother woke me up, took me to school, picked me up from school, took me to hockey practice. He had responsibilities of being a parent, and he was only 17 years old. I want to share a story of Terrence's last week. It was the end of August, and the season was about to start. We were in Brandon, Manitoba, starting to face the realities of going our separate ways. Our partying intensified, but that's how we coped. Terrence dreamed of becoming the first Inuk to play pro hockey. He was on his way down to Norfolk, Virginia to try out for the American Hockey League team. Now, this would have provided financial security to support the family. And I know how bad Terrence wanted it, but at the same time, he wondered how he would take care of the family. In his last week, I'm sure this weighed heavily on him. But remember, we didn't talk about these feelings. We buried it with booze. Yeah, we trained hard. Throwing weight allowed us to deal with our anger and the uncertainty that was burning inside. For Terrence, the dream was coming true, but the dream came with huge uncertainty and fear. He was the family breadwinner, and if he didn't make this team, he probably wondered how he'd be able to support the family. He was wrestling with doubt, fear, and uncertainty. Our last night together. Just another random Wednesday night for the Tootoo brothers. We went out for dinner. A bottle of wine led to two. We ended up going to the bar. We closed the bar down. And unfortunately, we decided to get in the vehicle and drive. Terrence drove my girlfriend and I to her house. We told each other that we'd see each other at 10 a.m. the next morning at the gym. Terrence proceeded to head to my billet's home. He was then pulled over and charged with a DUI. Now, in an act of compassion, the Brandon police decided that it was in their best interest to bring Terrence to my billet's house, unattended, blacked out, drunk. Now Terrence's dream had been shattered. Now uncertainty led to disaster. He was a role model for Aboriginal kids across Canada. He was a family breadwinner. He was the person who needed to keep it together for everyone else. But he had no one to talk to. He had no one to share with. He was drunk. Terrence was 22 years old. And he thought he had failed and saw nowhere else to go. My brother took his life that night. I never saw him again. Just another random day in the life of two Inuk brothers was our last. The cycle was well on its way to its next victim. I was 27 years old. I'd been playing in the NHL for 7 years. I lived like a rock star. I was the man. I made thousands of dollars a day. I now took over my brother's role, financially supporting my parents. Continued. Like I said, I was living like a rock star. I was making thousands of dollars a day. I had thousands of people that want to be near me. But I had no one to talk to. I had lost respect for myself and the people around me. To be honest, money consumed me. There was always more of it to come, and I thought that brought me peace. Let me share what I was really feeling, feelings that many of you in this room probably feel today. When I learned that I had lost my brother, my initial reaction was shock. I went from shock to denial. My denial turned to anger and blame. For 7 years, I carried this anger and blame. This is what I call the cycle of grief. For 7 years, I was caught in this anger and blame, and my life had spiraled out of control. And it's important for me to call this out. When I hit my rock bottom, I learned two things. I learned that I needed to change and to let go of the anger and blame. And I knew I need to forgive my parents, myself, and everyone attached to my brother's death. Until I could accept both those things, I couldn't move forward. Fast forward to December 2010. I had been on a 2-day binge. Mr. David Poyle, the general manager of the Nashville Predators, called me into his office. Now, this wasn't the first time I'd been called to his office. This was probably about the 100th time. Mr. Poyle basically gave me an ultimatum, and he said, either, Jordan, you accept the help that we're offering you, or your hockey career is done. My first challenge was to accept that I had a problem. I know with certainty that many of you in this room are in the same boat. I cannot tell you how hard it was for me to acknowledge that I had a problem. I was a tough guy. It was ingrained in me to never show weakness, to never back down, and to never surrender. Until I could do those three things, there could be no recovery. And most importantly, I needed to accept the help that was offered. My program of rehab brought me back to the one place where I've always felt whole. It brought me back to the land. It is on the land where money doesn't count. It is on the land where we are in touch with ourselves. The simple things matter. Even my father, Barney, is a totally different man when we're out on the land. This is where he finds peace, love, and harmony. I want to share one of my favorite quotes about addiction. Addiction isn't about drugs or alcohol. It's the absence of self-worth. This absence is described as a hole in your soul. You cannot love others when you are empty inside. Recovery peels back the painful layers and heals the hole through connection, honesty, and hard work. To love oneself is the beginning of recovery. And for us, recovery begins out on the land. For us Indigenous people, our spirit heals on the land. This could not have been more true for me. The land is where we are connected to our ancestors. It is where we trust ourselves. It is where our spirit becomes whole. It is the place of hope and a place of healing. Connecting with the land was the start of recovery for me, but it wasn't enough. As long as I held on to that anger and blame, I could never be whole. I had to change. The truth is, Our community needs to change. I'm not here to tell you how to do that, but I know if we don't let go of the anger and the blame and the hurt, we could never move on. The beginning is about connecting with the land and letting go. This will be different for each and every one of us. But for all of us, the starting point is the same. As we let go, we can begin to find hope for a better future. Let me share what hope has brought me. Today, I have a beautiful wife, Jennifer, 2 daughters, Sienna and Avery. My hockey career ended in a natural retirement. And although I didn't win the Stanley Cup, I wake up every morning to 2 Stanley Cups walking into the living room in my daughters. They are my pride and joy. And let me tell you this, the cycle has stopped with me. I needed to accept who I was and bring the real me to the table every day. I needed to believe in myself. When I was sent to the minors, I would tell them, I'm not done yet. When I was a healthy scratch, I would tell them, I'm not done yet. I learned to block out the negatives. He's a cancer in the dressing room. He's a drunk. He's a loser. Many of these words have been said towards me. In the past, that would have crippled me. In the present, I learned to block out the negative. I learned to block out what I can't control. I've learned that you cannot control what other people say or do towards you. We need to get the point across to our kids that there is help out there. We need our kids to know how important it is for them to share their feelings. We need to encourage them to share how they feel at the dinner table. We all fight a fight no one knows about. Don't be afraid. Be open. Be honest with one another. For many years, we put a lot of our hard topics away and buried them. We've always been told to shut the door. I'll tell you this, if you open yourself to confront, to learn, and to move on, life will begin again. What I learned was this, and most importantly, through rehab and since rehab, I've had to come to work every day, and I had to show up at my very best. My career should have been over in 2010, but because I accepted the help that was offered, I believed in myself. I blocked out the negative, and I showed up every day. I stayed in the NHL for 8 more years. I often talk about inclusion within our communities. We as Indigenous people need to better educate ourselves about the outside world. We also have to allow people into our world. We all know your average Canadian doesn't know our history. But until we are comfortable and content in our own skin and work through our own issues, and now that's going to take each and every one of you to come up with that plan. The choice is yours. I chose to live this life because I want to stop one cycle and start a new cycle for the next generation. The importance of communication. What I've learned is that communication is a very key role in us moving forward. I grew up in a home where we didn't talk about nothing. We suppressed our feelings. I was always told, shut the door, shut up, put up with it. We need to allow ourselves to have those conversations with our kids, within our homes. The onus is on you as a parent. The choice is yours. Having the courage to want to change. Takes a lot of courage for an individual to open up. I can guarantee you, your neighbor is probably dealing with a lot of the same issues that you've dealt with or are dealing with. When I wrote my book and it was published, I had a lot of community members come up to me and ask me why. Why would I expose my family? Why would I talk about these foreign topics? Because we've been silent for too long. We need to raise our voices. And when you become comfortable and content in your own skin, we're able to share these stories. For us to move forward, to march forward as one. A lot of our communities, we've all been separated. The grudges, the jealousy. When somebody is becoming successful, we tend to pull them back down. When in fact, we need to raise them so we can raise ourselves. Vulnerability, especially we as men. Vulnerability is not in our vocabulary. Took a lot of years for me to be able to put my thoughts to words. I didn't know how to communicate. A lot of men in our remote communities have always been taught to mask their insecurities. Men don't show weakness. When in fact, you know, it's okay to let your pride and your ego down. Because we all have feelings too. I never seen my dad hug or kiss my mom. I never seen my dad shed a tear growing up. Knowing what I know now and educating myself of our history, of my dad's upbringing, now I have more compassion than ever. I'm able to have these vulnerable conversations with him. But it takes time, the process. It's one step at a time. A lot of us have been waiting for somebody else to get the job done. We've been waiting for too many decades. It's time we step up as communities, as Indigenous people, to lead the way and to show the next generation the resiliency that we have, the pride in our culture and our traditions. But we also have to educate ourselves about the outside world. It's okay to leave home. Get out there and experience the world. My dad always told me, home will always be home. Get out in the world. Go learn. Bring the knowledge that you've learned back to your community. we ain't going anywhere. Your community isn't going anywhere. So as community members, we need to allow the next generation, the young kids, to expose themselves in the real world and get out there. But also to never forget where they come from, to be proud of who they are, to be proud of where they come from, of their culture and their traditions. I left home at 14 years old, not knowing what life was going to throw at me. But I knew one thing. I had to sacrifice my hunting, my fishing trips, jumping on the quad or the snowmobile whenever I wanted to. But I always knew home is never going to go anywhere. Now being retired, I'm able to go back home and do all those things and learn. I'm still learning. And yes, although I've been away from home for over 20 years, I never forgot where I come from. It'll always be in my heart. And what I do today is to help the next generation. But remember, I'm only one story. I don't ever want to be put on a pedestal. I am one of you. And we all have a story, and we all have a journey. And one day, I want all of us to have that pride, to be able to be comfortable and content in your own skin, to show the world how proud we are, how resilient we are. But we need to do it together. It's not going to take one or two people in your community. It's going to take an army. But what I do today, if I can change one person's mindset, I did my job. I travel across Canada to share my journey, to share my story, to show our people, whatever profession you choose, whether it's a tradesman in the business world, sports, technology, each and every one of you are here for a purpose, and it's up to you to find that purpose. We as parents need to show our kids the way. We as Indigenous people learn by watching. I never opened up a textbook to learn how to survive out in the bush. You learn by experience. And we as parents need to take that onus to stop one cycle and start a new cycle for the next generation. Thank you. Like I said, it's an honor to be here. I'm going to be signing autographs and taking pictures for each and every one of you. It's truly my pleasure to be able to share some of my life experiences. And I know for a fact that when I leave here today, it's the work that needs to get done when I leave. It's to be continued. And I know I'm not done yet. I'm going to be traveling across Canada and sharing my story because we need each other. And for us to move forward, to march forward, we're going to need communities. We can't do it alone. We need to reach out and have pride, to have content in your heart, to show the world that we're here and we ain't going anywhere. Thank you.
Wilaliak Jordan, thank you. So now we are going to open up the floor to the community. Anybody has any questions? We have a couple mics set up. I think there is one right down in the middle, and there's one on this alleyway over here, and there's one in that alleyway over there. So floor is open right now. Anybody who wants to start, you can raise your hand. Oh, we got lots here. All right, just go right up to the microphone in the middle there.
Can we move this? Maybe just move this back. Is anyone going to use it? Perfect. All right, you have a question?
How old are you?
How old am I? Well, I'll tell you when I was born, 1983. So I'll let you do the math. 39 years old. So any questions, whether it's hockey, non-hockey related, feel free to ask. Any of the adults, parents, kids. Next question.
Hi.
Sorry, what?
I said hi.
Talk into the mic.
I said hi.
Oh, hi. How you doing? You got a question?
Wait, yeah. How old were you when your hockey career started?
How old was
In the
I
NHL.
in the NHL? How old was I when I started in the NHL? I was 20 years old. But let me tell you this. I played pond hockey till I was 14 years old. The first time I ever played organized hockey was when I was 14 years old. So for a lot of you out there, you know, I often talk about playing other sports. I see it in today's generation. A lot of these kids are overexerted with skills, practices, 12 months of the year, when in fact, you know, when these kids become teenagers, there's a big shift in a lot of mindsets. A lot of people ask me to watch their kids, you know, at tournaments. You know, I look at them and I'm like, look at your kid's 8, 9, 10 years old. Let them be a kid. Let them enjoy the game. You know, I see it right across Canada in hockey arenas, keeping up with the Joneses. You know, I got to have my kid in this camp. I got to have my kid in this skills camp. When in fact, let's get our kids out in the bush. You want to teach them character. You want to teach them resiliency, hard work, what it takes to survive. This is how I became mentally strong, by being out on the land and watching, putting in the work. It allowed me throughout my journey in my hockey career to overcome many obstacles because of my mental toughness, because of what I learned out on the land. You build character and mental toughness by allowing yourself to fail. Failure is okay. In today's world, failure is not okay. But when in fact, in order for us to grow as human beings, we need to fail. As hard it is to watch your kid fail or be cut from a team, it's okay.
What was the first NHL hockey team that you played for?
first NHL hockey team was the Nashville Predators. So I played in Nashville, Detroit, New Jersey, and Chicago. You got a question over here? So 2 questions. Part 1, who is my favorite coach to play for? And who is my worst coach to play for? Well, it's, you know, in my NHL career, I had 6 different coaches. My favorite one was Mr. Barry Trotz. Trotzy is a people person. He cared about Jordan Tootoo the person, not the hockey player. Now, my worst coach I've ever played for, he's a pretty well-known gentleman, and I played for him for half a lockout season. I know there's a few Detroit Red Wing fans in the house here. Mr. Mike Babcock was my least favorite coach to play for, and I'll leave it at that. You'll hear all about it in my documentary, though. So right now I'm filming my my documentary, my life story, my journey. That'll be coming out in about a year and a half, Netflix or whatever. So you'll hear a lot about my experiences in the NHL in there. So, okay, over here.
How many Stanley Cups did you win?
Huh?
How many Stanley Cups did you win?
How many Stanley Cups did I win? Unfortunately, I didn't win any Stanley Cups. 0. But you know what? That's okay. You don't have to win championships in life to succeed. Over here.
Did you and Terrence play the same style of hockey?
Did me and my brother Terrence play the same style? Yes, we sure did. Terrence was he was a little shorter than me. Terrence is my brother. He was 3 years older than me. You want to talk about mental toughness, physical toughness. Terrence was probably about 5'7", and I call him the warrior because he's taught me a lot. You know, my style of play, I always want to be like my older brother. And so I was able to carry on his legacy through my play. Yep.
Could you sign my hockey stick when I'm done?
Yeah, I'm going to sign autographs and take pictures after. Over here.
How good are you at hockey?
How good am I at hockey? Right now, I'm probably not so good. But I don't know, I played in the NHL. Yep.
Which team did you like to be on the most?
Which team did you like the most?
Which team did I like the most? Well, I played for 4 teams. I played for 4 teams all in different stages of my life. So the first 8 years of my career, I was young, I was single, playing in Nashville, Tennessee, country music. I mean, that was a great 8 years of my life. Then I went on to Detroit. That wasn't so great of an experience, but then I went to New Jersey, and me and my wife, we had our first daughter, Sienna, and then from there went to Chicago, and we had our second daughter. So each all different stages of my life, but I got to say Nashville is probably my favorite.
Do you love playing hockey? Do you love playing hockey?
I can't hear. Do I love playing hockey? I sure do. Hockey has opened up many doors for me. Hockey will always be a part of my life. It's given me opportunities that I've never ever imagined coming to my forefront. It's in my blood. It'll always be in my blood. Both my girls, they're skating. They love the outdoor rinks. We could spend 5-6 hours in the outdoor rink, and I love it. Hockey will always be a part of my life.
What was your favorite team growing up?
What was my favorite team growing up? So, in Nunavut, in my community, when I was growing up, it was the Winnipeg Jets. Not Montreal, not Toronto, not Pittsburgh, not Colorado. Over here.
What was your favorite NHL player when you were a kid?
Who was my favorite NHL player as a kid? You guys probably don't remember, but you parents will. Wendell Clark, Toronto Maple Leafs. Wendell Clark was my favorite player.
How old are your kids?
How old are my kids? Sienna is our oldest. She's 6. And Avery is 4.
Why did you start playing hockey?
Why did I start playing hockey? Well, I'm from Nunavut, and in Nunavut, it's winter 10 months out of the year. So when you have ice in your backyard for 10 months of the year, you throw on your hockey skates and away you go. My dad also was a hockey player himself, so he introduced the game of hockey to us.
How old were you when you started hockey?
How old was I when I started hockey? I started playing pond hockey when I was 4 or 5 years old. And then at 14 years old was the first time I ever went down south and learned about rules, systems. It was always Hudson Bay rules growing up for me on the ponds. Yep.
Have you ever broke a bone while playing hockey?
Have I ever broken a bone? Yes, many times. Knuckles. My nose probably about 7 or 8 times. Go to the penalty box and I just put it back in place. Sit my 5 minutes, and away I go again. Yeah.
Guys, last 2 questions.
What's your favorite food?
What's my favorite food? Great question. So I'm Inuk, and I grew up eating raw caribou, raw beluga whale, raw seal, fish, country food. I love country food.
Last question.
How much medals have you won the past few years? How much medals have you won the past few years?
How many medals have you won the last 4 years?
How many battles? How many?
Medals.
Medals. How many medals have I won in the last 4 years? None that I can think of. But here's the thing, okay? It's not about winning medals or trophies. It's about growing as an individual and learning from your mistakes, learning that it's okay to fail, learning that in life you're going to face with adversities, and it's okay. It's not about the accolades. It's not about the trophies. It's about inner peace of mind and growing as an individual.
So,
Last question.
all right. So, I've read your book a lot. I've read your book. I actually know a lot of these teachers in this.
Talking to the mic.
Okay. I know a lot of teachers in this school. I've surrounded my whole life around each and every one of these teachers that, except besides the new ones, but I was never really a strong reader. I was never a really strong reader, and actually, Lonnie Sock actually handed me your book for the first time, and she said, "Here, read this book. It's about hockey." I said, "Hey," I gave it a read, and after giving it one solid read, I really knew who you were. I knew your stories and stories you have to come share with us. I actually know a lot about it. I went and I researched you a lot, and actually meeting you now is actually something that really blows my mind. Yeah, it's not really a question, but I read your book and I really like your book, and I even tried to bring your book here today, but I couldn't find it. But I read your book, man. I really love your book.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Okay, so what I propose now, we're going to take 5 minutes just to get set up. Our next step is we're going to do is have a little fireside chat. I'll be asking Mr. Tootoo some questions, and we'll get to know him a little bit better. So let's take 5 minutes, and keep in mind that the whole autographs will still be being done after the fireside chat in the white wing. The white wing. Yeah. This way. Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thanks, guys. All right, guys, we're going to get started. If you guys can take your seats.
I just had to do it. No, they call me Renee Tua. And I said, if I see you, I'll say, hi, Tootoo, I'm Tua. Laugh right out. Laugh. I said, hi. What you doing? Where's your dad? He's working? He didn't get the day off? Jeez.
All right, guys, let's get going. So this part of the day, what we're going to be doing is having a bit of a fireside chat with Mr. Tootoo. He's going to be responding to some questions that we prepared so we can get to know him a little better. So let's get right into it. What I'll ask Jordan to talk about first is that you're the first Inuk player in the NHL. What does that mean to you?
Well, becoming the first Inuk was really not a thought of mine when I was in it, when I was actually going through training camp and all that. I probably didn't really feel the magnitude of, putting our people on the map until 4 or 5 years into my NHL career. Now, looking back, it was, 1 in a million chances of me making it. And to be the first one, I did it because of what I wanted my brother's legacy to keep living on. And because of all the things my brother taught me, I dedicated my NHL career to my brother because he was the one that paved the way. And for me to actually physically be the first Inuk opened many doors for our Indigenous people across Canada, for the kids, because it's possible. If you put your mind to it, if you put your heart to it, being dedicated, being committed, it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of sacrifices. But the one thing that always stuck with me was a quote my father left before I moved away from home. And he told me, home will always be home. Get out there, do what you want to do.
Awesome, thank you. So you're coming a long ways to be with us here in Elsipogtog. Can you tell us about Rankin Inlet when you compare it to Elsipogtog? Do you see any similarities, differences?
A lot of similarities to a lot of the reserves that I go and visit. My community is a fly-in, fly-out only. I grew up, there was about 1,400 people in my community. It's grown a lot more now. But when I see visuals, within your community, the lifestyle, the experiences, very, very, very similar. Hits close to home every time I go to a reserve. Because, we are the same. At the end of the day, we as Indigenous people live a life that is simple when we're out on the land. I often speak about getting out on the land because that's where we as Indigenous people feel safe. Now in our communities is another story, but at the end of the day, very, very, very similar lifestyles.
Awesome. One thing that really struck me when I was taking a tour of the school is how much effort is being put into preserving our language, the Mi'kmaq language. Are there similarities with your community? Is there a lot of preservation of language?
Yeah, it's a learning process for all of us, especially our generation. A lot of us have lost our language and our culture, but it's never too late to learn, especially as adults. Bringing back our language, bringing back our culture. A lot of us are learning still, and the choice is up to you to absorb your culture and your traditions to pass on to the next generation. So, as an adult myself, when I go home, I feel like an outsider, because a lot of the things my buddies are doing within our culture and traditions, I'm having to relearn those practices. And when you're accepted, because the hardest thing for me was that fear of not being accepted in your community because you don't know your culture and you don't know your tradition. When you have community members, elders, grandparents willing to share the knowledge, it's up to that individual to get out there and ask those questions. The onus is on you to learn, to pass on these teachings, to keep them going strong. But it takes time. And we got to be more acceptive within our own people, because there's a lot of shame and guilt, that we carry as Indigenous people. And it doesn't have to be that way. I was always shy and always second guessing myself when it came to my culture and traditions because I didn't quite understand. And today I get the opportunity to relearn and relive moments where, when I left home, I wasn't able to have these moments. But today, it's an honor and a privilege to relearn and to absorb context with clarity. Because of my sobriety, I'm able to look at life from a different perspective and have clarity and a clear mind to absorb new information.
Awesome. Well said. You kids want to talk hockey? So you typically played the role of the enforcer, which is a very important role. Can you explain to us why that role is important?
I talked a little bit about, growing up, my brother was 3 years older than me, and I always wanted to fit in with my brother and his friends. So I did whatever it took to hang out with them. And throughout my childhood and my teenage years, it was those moments where I became mentally strong. Now, when you live in a remote community, it's survival every day, right? Physical, mental, the pressure we put on ourselves. Now, as a young kid, I didn't quite understand those pressures, but I knew in my heart that whatever path I was going to take, I was going to dive in head first and accept whatever was put in front of me and not second guess. Because once you start second guessing yourself, especially when you're out on the land, bad things can happen. So having clarity, having peace of mind, I always knew throughout my NHL career that, you know, the physical part of the game was just temporary. You know, physical pain is just temporary. And we as Indigenous people are resilient. We're going to come out at the end, whether we're beaten down or not. But at the end of the day, we're going to get back up on our 2 feet and keep marching forward.
So the first one that comes to mind is the Tootoo train. But are there any nicknames that you hate?
No, I basically only had one nickname, or two nicknames growing up. Toots, everyone calls me Toots. And I think the Tootoo train nickname came when I was in the 2002 World Juniors in Halifax. Where my name really became internationally known. But that being said, I've been called many racial terms. You know, we're going to face a lot of racism, you know, in the outside world. What I learned was, you know, you cannot control what other people say or do towards you. As long as you're comfortable and content in your own skin, the sky's the limit. You know, a lot of times we tend to seek out the negativity in conversations and play the victim role, the poor me, it's everybody else's fault. The choice is yours, whether you want to break that cycle or keep living, you know, in a dark place. I chose to break that cycle. I chose to look at life with clarity from a different perspective and to understand that, you know, people who say racial slurs towards us, they're battling inner demons themselves. And I had to rethink my mind towards those individuals and have a little more compassion. You know, I didn't know what compassion was until 7-8 years into sobriety. But I now understand that, you know, we as Indigenous people are here to stay. And the roadblocks that are going to be put up in front of us, we're going to be able to break down those walls together, not individually. So we need each other. And the fact that within our communities, within our reserves, I get it, not everyone's going to get along with each other. The grudges, the jealousy, I see it every day. I go home and everyone looks at the Tootoo family like we got this great life. And when my book came out, you know, it changed a lot of people's perspective towards our family because, you know, whether you're successful or not, we all have battles within each other. And at the end of the day, you know, holding these grudges against each other, it's wasted energy, you know. Get that stuff off your shoulders. You know, it's a totally different mindset when we're out on the land. You know, I often tell people, I wish I lived like an animal. Simple life, free of all the drama. But it's up to us to make those choices and to lead our kids in parenting. I don't know the right way. I'm learning as a father myself. But I know one thing, being a present father is the best thing my kids can have.
Moving to suicide. So 30 years ago, Elsipogtog made national headlines, unfortunately, because we had 75 attempts in 1 year. This led to the development of the Crisis Center, the Restorative Justice Program, mental health programs in the community, which have helped the problem, but of course not eliminated it. Unfortunately, we even had a funeral service this morning for someone who fell victim to this disease. So would you have any further advice to our community leaders for what they can do to help with the problem?
Yeah, we all know suicide is a national epidemic in our country, and especially more prevalent on our reserves in our remote northern communities. Now, I don't have the answers, but what I'll tell you this is that as a community, we need to allow our kids to feel safe in our homes, and the onus is upon we as parents. You know, part of sacrificing is letting go. And I know when I look back at my childhood, I grew up very scared. I grew up in a volatile home. There was a lot of dysfunction, alcoholism. So it ain't healthy to normalize suicide within our homes. The threats, you know, that I hear from my immediate family when times are tough, having verbal conversations about suicide. In a lot of our homes, it's normal, and that suicide is okay, when in fact, we know as parents, when the going gets tough, we look for answers from somebody else, or we put the blame on somebody else, when we need to look ourselves in the mirror. And when you look at yourself in the mirror, do you love that person? These are questions we as parents need to ask ourselves. We need to create a healthier environment and to have our homes for the kids a safe place to go to. I grew up in a home where I was afraid to go home. I didn't want to go home because I knew it was going to be chaos. Do I resent my parents? Maybe a little bit when I was growing up as a teenager, but knowing what I know now, my parents raised us to the best of their ability. And I am forever grateful the way that I was raised, because it's allowed me to see that from that perspective. And today, you know, I talk about stopping one cycle and starting a new cycle. the journey. You know, I chose to become sober for me first, for my health. What I'm doing amongst our communities and getting out and sharing my journey is a product of hard work and allowing myself to feel the hurt, the pain, and be able to verbalize and share. Because I know for a fact many of us in this room today have gone through a lot. And it's up to us as adults to reach out to our elders, to your leaders in your community. Because all it takes is one or two people to lead the way visually, living a healthy life, showing our kids there is hope for a better future. And as a community, we need to raise each other up rather than pull each other down and playing the victim role. Oh, you think you're better than us, you got everything, you're lucky. We need to start looking ourselves in the mirror to change, to make changes, rather than playing the blame game. It's everybody else's fault. It's only going to work if we put in the work ourselves.
Love that. Okay, last question. Tell us a little bit about the Team Tootoo Foundation. What drove you to start it, and what drives you to continue doing it, and what it does?
So the Team Tootoo Foundation is something near and dear to my heart. You know, my brother Terrence was an individual who was a great leader by example. But unfortunately, we didn't know how to verbalize how we were feeling. So I started this foundation to keep my brother's legacy on and to show people that it's okay to not be okay. We need to understand that verbalizing and communication is a huge obstacle that many of us face because we've been silent for too long. I had to relearn through sobriety how to communicate, how to talk about my feelings, because all of this was very foreign to me. You know, the foundation has allowed us to raise awareness about mental health. Now, mental health is a broad spectrum, but at the end of the day, it's about allowing yourself to look at life from a different perspective and to change that mindset of playing the victim role, the poor me, having guidance within your community members, leaders, true leaders, leaders who care, leaders who lead the way for the next generation. Having presence within your community as a band member is so key for the next generation. And trust me, a lot of us are naturally shy. A lot of us are afraid to be put up on a stage in front of your own people, and I get it. It's very hard. But as community members, we need to allow your leaders to lead by example and keep them on their toes. Allowing constructive criticism from your own people is okay. You know, far too often when your own people are backlashing you, just remember, we all fight a fight no one knows about, and sometimes we don't know how to express our feelings, and we tend to lash out, or we tend to pick up, because we want to forget about the situation. Raise each other up. Keep each other honest. When the going gets tough, that's when you got to dig in even more. Show the way. Allow yourself to be free of the judgment. Because we're human, right? People are going to judge us no matter what, wherever we go in life. But when you're proud of who you are, proud of where you come from, those judgments won't deter your mindset. And you got to do the work yourself in order to lead the way for the next generation. But it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of sacrifice, and a lot of judgment from your own people, from outsiders. You know, the things that I talk about are hard topics, and I know for a fact that there's people in the room that says, wow, how can he even go there? Why would he even talk about that stuff? From my own family members. But the truth is, in order for us to move forward, we need to have those hard conversations.
Awesome. Any last thoughts?
No, I think it's an opportunity for all of us to start a new way of life mentally, but at the same time being true to your roots, being true to your culture. You know, I think it's very, very important for all our reserves, all our remote communities to have clarity. And in order to have clarity, you're going to have to educate yourself. Think outside the box. You know, when I go home to my hometown, I talk about living a stagnant life. Every day is the same. And just being okay with being okay. Well, life's not going to change if your mentality is like that. We need to allow ourselves to grow and to learn and to get out there, to expose ourselves. Because I can guarantee you, your neighbor is going through the same stuff you're going through. And we've been silent for too long. Time to wake up.
Awesome. Okay, so before we wrap up, we do have a bit of a thank you gift for Jordan Tootoo for having joined us. Melissa will come out and present it to Mr. Tootoo.
Yeah, here. No, she will. So I don't know if you heard of Mi'kmaq Strong. They originated from Nova Scotia. So Vanessa will present you some Mi'kmaq Strong merchandise. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so what's going to happen now is two things. You guys can start lining up at the east side of the building, the white wing, for autographs. Then I need all staff to help move the tables to get ready for the mini powwow. Thank you. We're going to need some chairs for people to watch the mini powwow, so make sure we have some around the outer perimeter. Please and thank you. One more picture. All right, thank you, everyone. Dancers, you can go line up for get ready for grand entry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our mini powwow in about 5 minutes, so all the dancers start making your way over to the east side, that's to my right, and drummers start setting up. Mini powwow happening in about 5 minutes. Okay, shout out goes out to all the flag carriers. Make your way over to my right on the east side. Oh, we finally got ourselves a table. We're going to start our bingo now. All the flag carriers, make your way over to the east side. Follow this lady right here. Also, if you're going to be in the grand entry, if you're one of the dancers or if you're a veteran, staff carrier, flag carrier, make your way over, start lining up. 5 minutes, you got 5 minutes. I bet you guys don't know that I used to coach. That guy was speaking earlier. No, just kidding. Good thing I'm not Pinocchio. I'd have a long nose, wouldn't I? Grand entry coming up shortly, so make your way over to the east side. Couple of minutes before the grand entry. We're going to start lining up now. Isn't this a great, fantastic school? And I guess what I like about it the most is the sound. The sound, you can, at least you can hear people here. So, because the acoustics here is fantastic. Okay, drummers, stand by for a grass dance. We're going to start this mini powwow with a grass dance. So all grass dancers, report to the dance area. Grass dancers. Let's go, guys. Grass dance. Go for it. We always start off a powwow with a grass dance, and we have, well, we got 5 guys there, right? Okay, guys, take it away. Drum group number 85, Wabanaki Confederacy, grass dance. Let's make it short. But how about cheering these little guys on? Doing a great job for you. Grass dancers. All right, big round of applause for our grass dancers. Thank you, guys. Okay, right now we're going to get ready for our grand entry. And when I announce grand entry, I'll be asking everybody to please stand to show the proper respect. We don't have a staff carrier, I don't think, but we have flag carriers, we have elders and dignitaries. So, and if you have cameras, you're allowed to take pictures. But if it rains here for 30 days and 30 nights, you'll know why. So are we ready? Ready? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, would you please stand? Gentlemen, if you have hats, would you please remove them? We'll now start the grand entry. Slow down, guys. Slow down. We have our flag carriers, followed by our head dancers. Our head male dancer, Mason Millier, Brian Augustine. Female head dancer, Madison Millier, Layla Augustine. Followed by our jingle dress dancers. And our beautiful fancy shawl dancers. Give them a big round of applause. Give everybody a big round of applause. Boy, it's awful quiet in here. How about a big round of applause for these dancers? All right, big round of applause for our dancers. Thank you very much. Please remain standing. We'll now do a special honoring song to honor the flags. Make a circle, dancers, all the way around. One big giant circle. This next song is to honor all our flags, and we don't have any staff carriers this afternoon, but we have our flags, and we're going to do a special honoring song to honor the flags and all the flag carriers. So with that, drum group number 38. Wabanaki Confederacy, flag song. This song is to honor the Canadian flag, the American flag, Mi'kmaq Nation flag, New Brunswick flag, all the flags, to honor all the flags and staff. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good song there, guys. We'll now post the flags, except the Mi'kmaq Nation flag and New Brunswick flag. Do we have a Canadian flag? Okay, all right. Those two or three flags. We're going to ask the chief and the Canadian flag bearer, and also the New Brunswick flag to line up. Don't post your flags, just line up. We're going to do a special honoring song to honor all our veterans. Do we have any veterans or families that have veterans serving? Do we have any veterans? If we do, we invite you into the circle. Also the head dancers, we're going to ask you to dance along with the flag carriers. We're going to do a special veteran song. The head dancers. It's always customary to honor and to show the proper respect to our veterans, because without veterans, we wouldn't have that freedom that we enjoy in this country. So flag carriers, you can line up on the side of the head dancers, and you'll be dancing around. Yeah, there we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now do a veteran song, and this is to honor all our veterans. and their families. So with that, drummers, veteran song. The song is to honor veterans of World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the two Iraqi wars, to honor all our veterans. Big round of applause for all our veterans. You can post the flags now, gentlemen. And you can sit back down, just relax. And I'm going to ask the vice principal to say a couple of words. I think she's the coordinator of this powwow. Marina Millier.
Thank you, James. Welcome to our Elsipogtog School Mini Powwow 2022 on this National Indigenous Peoples Day. We are all very honored for you guys to be able to join us. Thank you very much. We did an opening prayer this morning for start off our big event. So we will just continue to, without further ado, I would like to welcome Jimmy. Everybody, give an applause for our MC, Jimmy.
Thank you, Marina. Okay, before we start our first dance, we'd like to recognize a couple of, I call them now famous dancers, if you can call that. If you can call it that. Mason Millier, he's our head male dancer. Would you make your way out to the dance area so people can see you? Mason Millier? There he is. Give him a big round of applause. He's a really, really good dancer. And his sister, Madison Millier, the head female dancer. And we have a couple of other dancers, Brian Augustine, Brian, and Lila Augustine. Lila Denny. I was going to just say that. How many people here have been to a powwow before? Okay, how many people have never been to a powwow? Oh, they got a few people here. We're the people that make it rain for you. If you need rain, you come and see us. Anyway, my name is Jim Augustine. I've been emceeing powwows for over 30 years, and I don't MC that much anymore, but I'm glad that they got me here. And you know, it's so nice to see young children dancing with their beautiful regalia. Back when we were growing up, there was no powwows, there was no sweat lodge, we didn't know nothing about our culture. We had spirits, but it was in a bar. So it's so good to see these young people that are continuing our teachings. So with that, we're going to do a couple of intertribals, and then we'll spotlight some of the dancers and dances. In fact, we got a couple of spot dances coming up shortly, and we invite the public. If you'd like to participate, get up there and dance. Don't be shy. So let's start our first intertribal, and we're going to ask the head dancers to dance up front. All right, everybody powwow. All those people sitting on the bleachers, we invite you into the circle. Don't be shy. We promise you it's not going to rain too often. Okay, dancers, join in behind them. All the dancers. And the teachers. We must have teachers here. We invite you in a circle. Teachers. All the teachers. Bring out your students. There we go. There's a teacher right there. Where are our teachers? Come on, teachers, get in there and dance with your students. All teachers. I'm sure there's more teachers than this. Come on, teachers, don't be shy. All teachers, all the students. All right, big round of applause for all our dancers. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, students. We're going to give a couple of gifts away from our craft store back there. Nola, would you bring up the 2 orange lanyards? 2 orange lanyards. We're going to have a spot dance for one of them right now. So all the people that dance, we're going to have our vice principal pick out a spot. Marina, pick out a spot for us, and then don't tell people where it is. So this is going to be a spot dance. So if you're closest to the spot that she has selected, then you win yourself a lanyard. And by the way, it's an orange lanyard to represent the all the children at residential schools. So right now we're going to give away one. So this dance is exactly that. It's open to the public. It's open to anyone that would like to participate. And if you're really, really good, we'll put up a prize a little bit later on, an all-expense trip paid by me to Tim Hortons. All right. Okay, drummers, I know we're working these guys hard, but it's only for a short period of time. So dancers and all the people would like to participate. This is a spot dance. When the music stops, you'll stop where you are. Come on, Stephanie, get up there and dance. Tully said it's okay for you to dance. This is open for anyone that would like to participate, teachers included. All right, freeze, don't move. Marina has selected a spot and she's going to take this up to the winner. Marina, right behind you. Marina, right behind you. Yep, whoever won that, go put it on them. But nobody won that all-expense trip to Tim Hortons yet. All right, give her a big round of applause. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to recognize a very special, fantastic little dancer, and I forget the name of your son there, Charlie. Karen? Okay. Anyway, this little guy just competed in a big powwow. It's a competition powwow in Halifax, and he plays first place. Raise your hand there, little guy. There you go. I hope you didn't give all your money to your dad. You know, it's good to see a parent raising their children in this way. You know, we call it the good red road. And when you see little children like that, proud of who they are, proud of being a good dancer, it's good to see. And I'm sure there's a lot of parents here that feel the same way about their children. So you got your children on the right path. You know, it'll help them in life. So right now, clear the dance area except the fancy shawl dancers. All the fancy shawl dancers. Fancy shawl. Now this dance here is a very beautiful dance. It's the most beautiful and most graceful dance you'll ever see in your life. And it reminds me of butterflies as they're dancing around. So fancy shawl dancers, stay in the dance area. Sometimes during the powwows, we play a trick on some of the drummers. what we'll do, we'll have a dance called a switch dance. And all the fancy shawl dancers they wrap their shawl around some of these drummers, and then we have the drummers dance to this very graceful dance. And if you want to see grace, they're not very graceful, I'll tell you, compared to a woman. So, okay, drummers, you guys ready for a fancy shawl? So before we start, how about a big round of applause for all our fancy shawl dancers? Okay. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Grace, this is graceful dancing. Big round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies. Very good. Some of these big powwows that we go to, I don't MC to build big powwows, but there's one in Albuquerque, New Mexico that draws 500,000 people. And there used to be one in Skmitson, that's up where the Foxwoods Casino is. I think they used to draw about 250,000 people. And if you want to see beautiful regalia, man, holy man, it's the best I've ever seen in my life. And they also have a powwow in Germany, believe it or not. Of course, they're not native, but I think they have a 10-day or 2-week powwow, and all the people that dance are in German, most of them. And but yet, their regalia is really scary. That's how good it is. Because I've never seen it live, but I've seen it online. And they really take a lot of pride in our culture, and they know a lot about our culture. They probably know more about our culture than we do as Native people. And really, our way of life has come a long ways in the last 30, 35, 40 years. And it's like I was saying earlier, when we were growing up, there was no powwows, there was no sweat lodges, there was no ceremonies. We didn't know absolutely nothing about our culture, but it has grown. But it's taken a long time, and now we're at a place now where we know who we are as Native people. So right now we're going to feature the jingle dress dancers. All the jingle dress, report to the dance area. Now this next dance is a very special dance. It's a healing dance. It comes from the Ojibwe, and I guess the way the story goes is that this Native person, I think he was a chief, and he had a daughter who was dying, and he was told by the spirits to make a dress in a certain way, and the real jingle dress has they have jingles that represents every day of the year. So there's a lot of jingles on some of these dresses. Anyway, it's a very powerful healing dance, and sometimes when somebody's sick in your family or not feeling too well, we offer them tobacco, which is our way of praying, or a cigarette. You break it up and you offer it to one of these dancers, and while they're dancing, they'll be praying for our loved ones. But right now it's just exhibition, but if anybody wants to offer tobacco to any of these ladies, so while they're dancing, they can be praying for your loved one. If anybody wants to offer tobacco. Okay, guys, jingle dress. Here we go. Big round of applause for these young ladies. Boy, that's nice footwork. All right, big round of applause for our young ladies. If you noticed, our dancers always dance clockwise. We don't dance counterclockwise. Now, in saying that, there's two nations. One's the Mohawk, and I'm not sure what the other one is, but there's only two nations, two native nations in North America that dance counterclockwise because of their teachings. Because we believe that everything comes from the east, and the sun rises in the east and it settles in the west. But there's a lot of teachings about that. You know, everything we do is always done clockwise. We don't dance counterclockwise. Now, in saying that, sometimes when they do a special song for the veterans, then you'll see some dancers dancing counterclockwise, and what they're doing there is to recognize the people who have passed on or are killed in battle, and you'll see that. But there's a lot of teachings. There's a lot of teachings about our culture that that we're trying to share with the rest of the world, because powwows to me is the best event on a planet. We feed everybody a free breakfast, a free supper. It doesn't cost nothing for parking. And at the end of the powwow, we have a big giant giveaway, and a lot of people will walk away with some real nice gifts. Where can you go in North America that you don't have to pay nothing to get in and enjoy all the hospitality of our people? So I think right now we're going to feature the grass dancers again. Grass dancers. Now, grass dancers, we always have them dance first at a powwow before the grand entry, because they're there. Back in the old days when we didn't have any lawnmowers, we would get these guys to kind of pat down all the grass, and at the same time, while they were doing that, they were praying to make sure that everything was positive and there was no negativity. And that's why it's important that people understand these things. Of course, a lot of our dances are not from here. We borrow a lot of our dances, and it's supposed to represent a prairie chicken, I guess. And we have a lot of different categories on the Native Powwow Trail. We have women's traditional, men's traditional. We got fancy dancers. We have all kinds of different dances that we have, different categories. And we just come from a competition powwow, and man, you should have seen the nice regalia they had on there. And good dancers, good drums. All right, gentlemen, grass dance. Here we go. Big round of applause to our grass dancers. Every category of dancers, they have their own unique style. For instance, a women's traditional dancer, they hold their feet really close to the ground to show respect to where they're dancing. They won't raise their feet too much. So everybody has their own style of dancing. And talking about powwows, there's a powwow happening here in September, Labor Day weekend. And there's all kinds of powwows. This weekend coming, there's a powwow at St. Mary's, one of the bigger powwows around. And coming up in a few weeks, Eel Ground is probably one of the biggest in Atlantic Canada. There's Papineau, there's, every reserve has powwows pretty well every single weekend. Do we have any women traditional dancers? Any women traditional dancers? You'll notice that everything we do is about respect because our whole culture is based on respect. Respect, respect, respect. And that's why when you have traditional men and traditional dancers dancing, you'll always, the ladies will always make sure that all their body is covered. And some powwows won't even allow you to dance with jeans unless it's intertribal songs. Oh, we have a traditional dancer right here. All right, cool. So let's do a couple of push-ups for this young lady, women's traditional dancers. And when you walk this road as a drummer, or if you walk this road as a dancer, or follow this road where you do all kinds of ceremonies, a big responsibility goes with it. Absolutely, absolutely no drugs or alcohol. So that's why we live a clean life. So there's a responsibility that goes with that. Oh, we have all kinds of traditional dancers. Stephanie and some of the teachers. And in our culture, it's the women are the bosses. And any man who disagrees with that statement will be sleeping in the doghouse a long time. No, seriously. They're the life givers, and that's why we always show that respect. Can you imagine a man having a baby? We'd all die. But really, back in the old days, it was the clan mothers that selected who would be chief. And if that chief didn't do the right job, they would get rid of him real quick. So this is going to be an exhibition, but usually at powwows, we always stand. And in fact, we could do that right now. Everybody stand, and this will be an honor song to honor the women. So please stand. Just 2 push-ups, guys. Women's traditional. See how they're dancing? Their feet are really close to the ground. They don't lift their legs up too high. All right, big round of applause for our ladies. Thank you very much. You can sit back down. Like I was saying about the powwows, I've been doing powwows over about 35 years. I've done a few in the States. I've gone to Newfoundland, Ontario, Northern Quebec, PEI, Nova Scotia, everywhere. And one thing I've never encountered that was racism. Every powwow that I've went to, there was respect for everyone. And it didn't make no difference if you're native or not. I mean, you know, if you're from the black race or the yellow race or the white race, we always show that same courtesy and respect. So one thing you can rest assured that any powwow that you and your family attend, there'll always be respect, and nobody's going to look down at you. And in fact, we encourage that. We invite you to come to our powwows and see it for yourself. And of course, this is just a mini powwow, but our powwows, sometimes you'll have 300-400 dancers, especially the one in Nail Ground. So it's a really good, really fantastic event for the families. You can bring your children without fear of alcohol or drugs or anything like that, any bad influences. We welcome the people, the world, to our powwows. So it's really, it's a safe place to go, a safe place to attend. And some powwows, they serve lobster, salmon, fiddleheads, steak some places, and my favorite, barbecued horse lips. I'm just kidding about that one. All right. Okay, let's get all the dancers back out there. We're going to do a crow hop. Now, this is a very serious dance, but I kind of joke about it all the time. It kind of reminds me of, you ever see crows? They're all up on a tree, and they see a dead skunk or a porcupine, and they're really getting ready for supper, sort of thing. But it's a serious dance, really. But I don't mean to offend the crow people. But this is they dance like crows are dancing around food. That's what it looks like to me. So all the dancers, go to the dance area. We're going to do a crow hop for you. Okay, there, drum group number 84. Crow hop time. And let's get the teachers out there. We're going to teach you how to do a crow hop. All the teachers, come on, join these dancers. All the teachers. All right, thank you, crows. All right, this we'll just get you to catch your breath, and we're gonna have another spot dance. We donated a couple of lanyards, and they're orange, represents all the children that were in residential schools, and we're probably gonna keep our booth open another 15-20 minutes. So if you need to catch anything. Last minute shoppers, we're going to close it down shortly. So, spot dance. We're going to give away another lanyard. All the dancers, teachers, is open for everyone. And we have a different person that's going to select the spot. Everybody get out there and dance. How about Madison and Mason's parents? Go out there and dance, man. You might win. All expense trip paid. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever go to a powwow, you'll come out of that powwow in a real good mood because everybody is so positive. Everybody's smiling. We have all kinds of different entertainment, like lots of different dances and beautiful regalia. And there's vendors from all over Atlantic Canada and parts of the States, some of these powwows. So it'd be a good thing to invite your family. We'd like to invite your family to come and join us at some of these events. There's a powwow every single weekend. We got a new counselor right here. See the way he runs? He's starting to run like a politician now. I'm just kidding, man. Okay, spot dance. Everybody get up there. It's open for anyone and everyone. Come on, Eddie. Eddie, go up there and dance. Eddie Francis. Okay, freeze. All right, we have a lady that's going to wrap that langing around one of those dancers. All right, give her a big round of applause. Good job. Now, anybody here like salmon, fresh salmon, Atlantic salmon? Well, tomorrow, there's a guy coming down from, I can't say where it's from because DFO might be listening, but he's bringing some salmon for sale. It's $7 a pound, fresh Atlantic salmon. It'll be at my house, 93 Bridge Road. Usually, he sells out within a half hour, so if you want a salmon or a few salmon, just come over to my house. $7 a pound, and you cannot buy this salmon anywhere else. You can't buy this. Most of the salmon you can buy is farm, but this is real Atlantic salmon. We're supposed to keep this hush-hush, but there's a lot of people that like salmon, and if you like to buy a salmon, you come over tomorrow after dinner sometimes. I'm not sure what time he's going to be here, but I think he's bringing around 25 or 30 salmon. And boy, I tell you, they're good. I always buy my salmon from this guy. And the price is pretty reasonable. $7 a pound for a fresh salmon is really good price. So, where we're at here. We're going to ask everyone, girls included, to do a sneak up. I know you've never done it. Usually this is a men's dance, but we don't have too many male dancers, so we're going to back in the old days when we would go to the next village and we steal all their bologna and everything, all their food and fish and moose and everything else. And we sneak up on our next door neighbor and take all their items. So this is kind of like a male dance, but where are our grass dancers? What happened to our grass dancers? So if some of the girls would like to participate, come on guys, grass dancers, report to the dance area. I know you've never, ladies, you've probably never done this dance, but just imagine sneaking up on someone next door. Go out in the dance area. You know how to do a sneak up? You've probably seen it, right? Maybe we can get our counselor up here. Do it. Come on, show them how to do it, man. Sneak up. You gonna do a sneak up? Go for it. And then after that, we'll be doing a gojwa, okay? All right. But you got to dance to the sneak up first. This is our new counselor right here. Big round of applause for our new counselor. First time elected. Good job. All right, sneak up. So ladies, you want to try it? Go ahead. Oh, this one time only. One time opportunity. It don't matter. Anyone, this is open for everyone because there's not that many dancers here. Okay, guys, sneak up. 2 push-ups. All right, big round of applause. First time doing a sneak up. We're going to close our arts and crafts store in 5 minutes, so we're kind of sold out. We have a lot of, we just come from Halifax at a competition powwow, and it was fantastic for sales. As you can see, we got no blankets left. We got a lot of things we don't have. So last call for the arts and crafts. We're going to close up in 5 minutes. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a brand new counselor who's going to do some songs for us. His name is Tegan Copage, and he's a newly elected counselor. And these songs he's going to do are old Mi'kmaq songs. So there we go. Maybe I can get him to explain a couple about the songs. If you're a politician, you got to be able to talk, man. Go for it.
Hello. My name is Tegan Copage. I'm a counselor for this community. But before that, I was one of the local chanters. Yeah, I always got asked to go sing at these type of gatherings, but this time I was the one who asked. The Gojwa is a really important dance to me because it's a Mi'kmaq dance, and I'm really big on carrying on these Mi'kmaq traditions because they're often forgotten about. So I'm sure many of you guys in here heard of the Gojwa. I'm gonna sing a few songs for you guys. And if you guys like them, I'll keep going.
These songs were kept alive by a couple of families from Eskasoni. So in Eskasoni, this is a big dance for them. So if anybody would like to try it, the Gojwa,
Anybody, you wanna, with the Gojwa, no regalia is required. Anyone who knows how to get up and dance Gojwa. Pana juguida. I'll start off with Gwe Jijuo. It's more of an ancient song than most people think. All right. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na get na kwa no da ge juwa ne go juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na geta kwa no da ge juwa ne go juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na jugwala gwe juwa. Jugwala lu gwe 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 juwa na get na kwa no da ge juwa ne go juwa ta ho.
All right, big round of applause because while he catches his breath, we would like to invite all the teachers. I know they're all sitting down over there and over here, including the vice principal and the principal and everybody in between. Stephanie's going to go up there and help us out, right, Stephanie? So, and the public is invited. We'd like to invite you into the circle to try it out. Don't all jump at once, ladies. Come on, get up there. Sabet. All right. Also, all the dancers, get back in the dancer area. Come on, ladies. All the teachers, get up there. Come on. Show the students how it's done.
We'll do a few more.
I know.
You guys did good. We'll do a few more.
I have a name for this counselor, the singing counselor. I'll call you that, okay?
Oh, yes. Go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na go jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ge jua go jua na ge jua na go jua na ta ho. Yeah, anyone doing more? Are they gonna go again?
All right, we just come from Halifax, like I was saying earlier, and they had a big competition of this dance and this song. A lot of people there. You guys should have been there. You missed out on a lot of beautiful dancing and singing, but there was pretty big prizes on these songs too, these dances.
Guess we'll do 2 more. If any, who still has energy in them? Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua. Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua. Geruget, manina geruget, manina geruget, manina geruget, manina geruget, manina geruget, manina. Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua. I'm gonna pick it up. You guys gotta go faster. Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, Jugalugwe, Jijua, ta. Oh. All right, we'll do one more. You guys are doing good. Na wabigachi and test meji jukwachij, wabigachi and test meji jukwachij. Na wabigachi and test meji jukwachij, wabigachi and test meji jukwachij. Oh, chutes puro gizi wastewia, oh, chutes puro wastewia. Gojua. Gana gojua, gana gejua, gana gojua, gana. Na wabigachi and test meji jukwachij, wabigachi and test meji jukwachij. Oh, chutes puro gizi wastewia, oh, chutes puro wastewia. Gojua. Gana gojua, gana gejua, gana gojua, gana oh gojua, gana gojua, gana gejua, gana gojua, gana. Na wabigachi and test meji jukwachij, wabigachi and test meji jukwachij. Na wabigachi and test meji jukwachij, wabigachi and test meji jukwachij. Oh, chutes puro gizi wastewia, oh, chutes puro gizi wastewia. Gojua, gana gojua, gana gejua, gana gojua, gana ta, oh. Just you guys all did good. It was awesome to see, really. That seeing all this, everyone in their regalia, just really makes me happy. Makes me happy to see. I never grew up doing this kind of stuff. I started pretty late, so this kind of stuff just makes my heart feel really full and good. Well,
Okay, this next dance, we're going to honor this young fella who just won first place at a major competition. His name is Taryn Levi. So let's get Taryn up front here, and all the dancers line up behind this guy. We're going to do a special song to honor this guy. Boy, this guy's going to grow up to be a fantastic dancer. He's a fantastic dancer now, but he's going to get better as it goes, right? So we're going to honor this little guy. Sometimes, usually, we have dance-ins at powwows where if you're a new dancer, then we'll have a special song just for that. And we always honor new dancers coming into the circle. We call it the sacred circle. All right. Charlie G, take it away, guy. Here we go. All right, all the dancers go up to that young fella and shake his hand. Welcome into the circle. All the dancers. So right now we're going to get ready for a jingle dress sidestep. Jingle dress sidestep. All the jingle dress dancers. You know the reason that we lost the war against the cowboys? Because we were trying to do a sneak up, and we were using all those jingles, and they hurt us every time. That's why we lost the war. Jingle dress sidestep, ladies. This is kind of a different variation of the jingle dress. Wabanaki Confederacy, jingle dress sidestep. Here we go. Fancy shawl dancers, get ready for a crow hop. Big round of applause for the jingle dress dancers. You know, back in the old days, we used to be able to sneak up on the cowboys. Now the cowboys are starting to sneak up on us, because you know why? Because they're wearing our moccasins. That's kind of a side joke. Okay, fancy shawl dancers, all fancy shawl dancers. We're going to do a crow hop, all fancy shawl. And this is just a little mini powwow. This is just a small, small sample of what we do at powwows. I mean, it's fantastic. If you bring your family to one of these events, you'll absolutely love it. And Eel Ground, they have the biggest fireworks display on the Miramichi. And on a Saturday night, we have a big karaoke thing going on. It's like a karaoke concert sort of thing. And they have money prizes, the luck of the draw. So if you sing karaoke at Eel Ground, as long as you sing a song, you'll qualify for $300 of money. All right, crow hop time. Here we go, fancy shawl dancers. All right, good job there, guys, girls. At the powwows, we do all kinds of different dances. We even do a dance called a snake dance. So you guys want to do a snake dance? Let's get the head of the snake, and everybody get behind that person or persons. We have candy dances. We got all kinds of different dances. So let's do a snake dance. Everybody get up there and get ready for a snake dance. Let's see how many snakes we can make. We need one to lead. Put your shoulder on the back of that lead person. Maybe one giant snake. Okay. Okay, who's going to lead it? Head dancer, yeah. Let's get the head male and female dancers out there. They'll lead this. Head male and female dancers. We also have another dance called a two-step. And it's usually between a guy and a girl, and they form a dance partners. So if you're thinking of going to a powwow, there's a powwow this weekend at St. Mary's. It's right next to the Tim Hortons, right next door, about 50 feet from Tim Hortons. Head dancers, where are you? Head dancers. Looking for the head dancers. Okay, let's get somebody to lead this. How about the girl in the red fancy shawl. You'll be the head. You'll be the head snake. How's that? All right. Everybody get behind her. All right. Charlie, take it away, guys. Snake dance. Here we go. Twist and turn and that kind of stuff, right? All right. Boy, we're working this guy's hard. He's Wabanaki Confederacy. 2 guys working overtime. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the grand exit. We're going to call on all the flag carriers. This will be the final song of this mini powwow. Again, don't forget about the powwows coming up. Every community in Atlantic Canada has a powwow, usually. But the biggest is Eel Ground. That's Miramichi area. Lots and lots of dancers and vendors and people. Lots of everything. One of the biggest powwows around. So let's get the flag carriers, all the flag carriers who carried the flags in. If they're not all here, maybe we can get a couple of volunteers to help out carry those flags. And we'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who joined us for this little taste of a powwow, little mini powwow. Could we have some volunteers? Oh, there we go. There's Ivan. Ivan, and we need a couple more flag carriers. All the flag carriers. I'm going to carry these flags out. Flag carriers can line up in front of the dancers. You'll make one complete circle all the way around, and then you'll dance out. And as you're dancing out, everybody can shake everybody's hands. Can you guys line up right in front of the dancers, flag carriers? There we go. There we go. Now, don't forget, you'll make one complete circle and then dance out. And as you're dancing out, everybody shakes everybody's hands, right? Okay, there we go. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the organizers for this beautiful event and for inviting me. And I'm sure we'll meet somewhere on a powwow trail. And if you're karaoke singers, come to Eel Ground. We need some really good karaoke singers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask everyone to please stand. Guys, remove your hats. If you'd like to take pictures of the grand exit, you're welcome to do so. This will be the final song of the afternoon. Okay, take us home, guys. Just hold on for the first two push-ups. Don't dance to that. And then when you're after the first push-ups, then we have a victory song, okay? And once it goes into the victory, then we can start. Okay, we'd like to thank our flag carriers, the elder women, elder men, all the head dancers. We'd like to thank all the jingle dress dancers, fancy shawl, grass dancers. And we'd like to thank Wabanaki Confederacy for being here. When you're dancing out, make 2 lines so the dancers can go through. Yeah, dance out. Okay, one flag on one side, the other on the other side. Yeah, same thing with the other flag carriers. Shake everybody's hand as we're dancing out. Okay, dance out flag carriers. Thank you very much. How about a big round of applause for this mini powwow? Thank you very much for showing up, and we'll see you at one of those big powwows we're talking about. So with this, we're going to close this mini powwow, and everybody have a safe trip home, and we'll see you next time.
That too.